bowlers, you got about 1 minute remaining in your practice, about 1 minute.
Here we go. Strike to claim it. And from Playmore Lanes and Adventure Golf in Coldwater, Ohio, this is the PBA BowlerStore.com Classic presented by Moxy's Xtra Pair. Good evening, everyone. I'm $2 Phil Brylow bringing you all the action from Playmore Lanes and Coldwater. And we will have to see how C Squad attacks this pair. And there may have been a come to Jesus meeting between all these players before the squad started, as basically B Squad got run over by this 38-foot Viper pattern. We'll let Bobby make his announcements, and we'll get you underway with player introductions.
Video signing or live streaming. Bowlers are greatly appreciated. Again, I will continue to do updates after each and every game, so you'll be able to follow along to see who's in contention to make the top 31 advancing to tomorrow's semifinal action beginning at 11 a.m. A Squad and B Squad are already in the books. We just got one squad left. Bowlers, when your arrows come up, and you have a full rack of pins, you may begin your 8 games of qualifying of the 2025 PBA BowlerStore.com Central Classic presented by Moxy's Xtra Pair.
All right, let's get you underway with your player introductions here. Thanks once again to Bobby Jekyll. Boy, I'll tell you what, Bobby Jekyll, in the last 8 days, has had 3 qualifying days with 3 squads per day. And come right back the next morning, get yourself through 8 or 9 more games of competition before a step ladder finals. And Bobby has had everything running flawlessly. And I want to thank Bobby Jekyll for everything he does for the members and for all the fans in attendance and all of you fans out here on YouTube. So thanks for joining us tonight. I'm $2 Phil Brylow. If you can do us a favor and let everybody know that you're watching some of your favorite players on the PBA YouTube channel. Let's get you underway here with your players. On lanes 1 through 4, Chandler Stevens, your bowler A, Blake Walsh bowling as a guest, your bowler B, and Steve Tobolt, your bowler double A on 1 and 2. This is the only pair with 3 on a pair of this squad. Trevor Ashby, your bowler A, Ian Kane, your bowler B, Simon Moat, your bowler C, double A, pardon me, and Roy Wisdom, your double B on 3 and 4. And let's talk about squad differential. And this time, from what I heard from talking to some A squad bowlers after they were watching B squad for a bit, even after like 3 games, and from hearing what a couple of B squatters had to say after they were done. Yeah, B squad would be looking for a mulligan at this point in time, as the direction they tried to take with breaking down the 38-foot Viper pattern here at a very tough bowling center, notoriously tough bowling center in Playmore Lanes. Yeah, did not work, as we only had 2 players averaging 200 or better on B squad. On A squad, we had 13. Yeah, we'll have to see what C squad is doing here. Like I said, right when we first came on the air, there was a lot of chatter between these bowlers on C squad on what to do during the practice. They received 10 minutes of that practice before they started marking for score. And I guarantee you that if those players held to that game plan that some of them were discussing between each other, we're going to see a few more players to the plus here on C squad than we did on B, but it's Coldwater. Anything can happen. I mean, I've got a couple of clips out on my personal Facebook page, been shared to a few groups. Zach Tackett, Chris Prather, both getting Coldwater as part of their qualifying blocks earlier today, but they're both in reasonably good shape. I mean, Zach Tackett finished at plus 114 for his 8 games of qualifying on A squad. Chris Prather on B squad finished at minus 20. I mean, for here in Coldwater, that's not a horrendous qualifying score, especially because you were third on your squad with that minus 20. So let's take a look now at our top 5. 4 of those players are off A squad. Ethan Fiore at plus 138, Ethan McDonald at plus 124, Zach Tackett plus 114, Brandon Flora plus 101. Stick Brett Lloyd in there in 4th overall at plus 102 between Tackett and Flora. And now let's do the next rundown between 6th and 12th. Patrick Dombrowski plus 79, Bailey Maverick plus 54, Zach Weedman plus 54, Corey Hersha plus 53, Scott McIntyre Jr. plus 28, Evan Gens plus 27, Rick McCormick plus 25, all off of A squad. Your next B squad bowler is 13th overall, Tom Smallwood at plus 13, AJ Johnson at that same number. And your final player to the plus, currently in 15th position, at plus 11 is Trey Heinrichsmeyer bowling as a guest. Trey, a former PBLBC National Championships winner in 2023, so we know the young man can bowl. He won a regional as a non-member in 2024 and finished 2nd in that same regional, the Celeste Walker Open, on Memorial Day weekend in the Chicagoland area. Beat A.J. Johnson in that regional in 2024. A.J. returned the favor in 2025. And they find themselves just 2 pins different on the scoreboard at the moment. Now let's get to your negative numbers here, as we have Chris Prather at minus 20, so there's a 31 pin gap a lot of these C squad players could insert themselves into and make that Cashers Round competition tomorrow morning. That Cashers Round is going to start at 11 a.m. Eastern time here for Playmore Lanes in Coldwater. Ryan Lakota, 17th overall, minus 22. Graham Fa battling for precious Brunswick Cup points, and we'll get a little bit more into that after we introduce a few more players. Fa minus 25. Keplinger off of B squad, minus 26. Keplinger battled back the last 2 games, 223, 210 to get that minus 26 number. Jason Sterner, minus 33 off of A squad. Wesley Boyd, minus 34 off of A squad. And then a bunch of bowlers from B squad in there. But once again, a bit of a gap between Boyd at minus 34 and Benninghoff at minus 57. Snodgrass, minus 58. Jeff Mann, minus 62. Matt Kuba, minus 63. I just don't see those players 57 under and worse making it in the competition tomorrow. 10 players. I mean, if we get 10 players off a C squad that bowl minus 56 or better. 10 players. 1/3 of the field has to bowl a 195 average or better. And we'll have 4 representatives off a B squad hit the lanes tomorrow. And I guarantee you, if you talk to the players, it was all because of how things were handled by some players with trying to break down the pairs during practice. Not going to say what could have been used, who could have been used, because players are going to be watching. There might be some players from A squad that didn't make it back to take a peek in before grabbing dinner here at the buffet outside of Playmore Lanes for the sponsors and players. But, yeah, a lot of talk about how A squad did things a lot different than B squad before the lanes came on for score. Let's get you over to our next players on lanes 5 through 8. As we have Treg Smart, your bowler A, Anthony Lacaze, a PBA Tour titleist. No longer a member, bowling as a guest. Lacaze, your bowler B, Zach Newman, your bowler double A. Eric Dashner, your bowler double B. On 5 and 6. On 7 and 8, Mikey Schleybaugh is your bowler A. Sam DeWitt, your bowler B. Jacob Balzer, your double A. And I think we have Jonathan Norman. I'm not sure if Norman's a late scratch or got moved to another pair. We'll find out, as obviously Norman not on the scoreboard for lanes 7 and 8. I mentioned the Brunswick Cup. Special points competition ended this year. As this year a stop in Delphos, Ohio, with the Dave and Diane Kill Open, added between the stops in Minster and here in Coldwater. And thanks to the sponsorship of Brunswick and thanks to the fine efforts of WCSM Radio, Brunswick Cup is going to pay $4,000 to the top points earner of those 3 events, $3,000 for second, $2,000 for third, and $1,000 for fourth. There you see Ethan Fiore, your winner in Minster, and a 5th place finish in Delphos, has Fiore at the top of the points list. He's at the top of the qualifying numbers right now, but that doesn't pay the points. It's where you finish overall in the tournament. You get 1 point for every player you beat in the event. So the winner here this weekend is going to receive 93 or 94 points, depending on if Norman is truly a scratch. But Patrick Dombrowski in the hunt. Michael Davidson, tough qualifying round for Davidson, as he's going to fall out of Brunswick Cup contention. Alec Keplinger, that minus 26 number is looking pretty good right now. Keplinger might still have a chance to gather up some points. Don't know if he'll get enough points to get past Fiore for the number 1 spot, but you stay in the top 4. I mean, that's at least $1,000 if Keplinger can get on a run. Matt Kuba might, minus 63. I'm not sure on that one. That's one of those numbers like once we got past the minus 34 of Wesley Boyd, that big gap back to Benninghoff and below. Kuba might have his chance disappear. Graham Fa, outside chance to move up. He's at minus 25 after his qualifying block. You mentioned Chris Prather, minus 20. Prather's got some climbing to do, but they'll have some games to do it tomorrow. Chandler Stevens, you already saw 1 and 2 yet to bowl. A.J. Johnson's got some climbing to do as well. He's in the positive, but over 100 pins outside of the top 4 at the moment. And Gage Blackford with a not-so-good day has Blackford out of Brunswick Cup contention. And there's still some other players outside that top 10 that could have an outside shot of getting into the top 4, depending on how they finish. in this event, but we'll keep you updated on that tomorrow as players are eliminated, and we'll know points paying positions as we go through. There you see the big man Kyle Cook. He's your bowler A, lanes 9 and 10. Chris Coelho, your bowler B. Christopher Colquitt, your bowler double A, and bowling as a guest, Luke Switalski. Young member has done some damage in the PBA junior program. Switalski is your bowler double B on 9 and 10. Over on 11 and 12, Nathaniel Rayborn is your A, your champion in Dolphus on Thursday. Bowling as a guest, Aiden Furukawa. So Furukawa has not cashed in a second PBA regional event yet, so he's still eligible to bowl as a non-member. Of course, if you're going to cash, make it the big check like Furukawa did in Delphus. Hayden Hale rounds up your lineup as your double B, and Hale with a solid start here on the front five. And that ends the run for Hale. Once again, you get a little quick through the front part of this lane early on this 38-foot Viper pattern. And anything that goes right stays right. I don't care what the pattern is at Playmore Lanes. Outside 5 boards or 6 boards or 7 boards, depending on the pair, really don't hook with any type of consistency. And you can find yourself getting in a lot of trouble quickly. With misses right and the pattern so flat with the Viper in the middle, you miss left, and we saw several 4-7-8s taken out by right-handers over our first 2 squads today. And that's what happens. You see right there, he's aiming to hit the head pin on the left side, and that ball just grabbed the dry, went insta-left. And the open frame for Hale. I'm sure Mr. Rayborn's a quality gentleman. I'd like to start a petition against Comic Sans being used as a font on any bowling jersey. It's comic. It's a Sans font. It's Comic Sans. It's not Bowling Sans. I'm sure somebody could develop a Bowling Sans font if they wanted to, but just not a fan of the Comic Sans, especially on jerseys. Furukawa was the #1 seed. For the stepladder, the Dave and Diane Kill Open in Delphos at Delphos Recreation Center on Thursday, and started off with the front 5 against Matt Kuba. Never looked back, taking home the victory and $2,600 for his efforts. If he finds something here this weekend, he could take home almost 4 times that amount. As it's $10,000 for first place for this BowlerStore.com Classic presented by Moxy's Xtra Pair. All right, let's get to our final players here on C Squad. As on 13 and 14, Lance Morris. Yikes, that's not the way you want to end a 4-bagger. Miss right, have it go in the gutter. Morris, your bowler A on 13 and 14. Kenan Strzelka, Strzelka, your bowler B. Jeremy Hunt, your bowler double A, and bowling as a guest, Andrew Blaney, your double B. And wow. Sorry, Lance. Sorry I came to your pair on a 4-bagger. And promptly put the huge stopper on that one for you. Of course, there's no such thing as a commentator's curse. It's just a way for players to deflect natural occurrences that happen to pop up in front of them. Over on 15 and 16, Will Vadulich is your bowler A. Darren Bloomquist, your bowler B. Mason Knopp is your bowler double A. And Bailey Waymeyer, your double B, to round out the field. So Jonathan Norman is a late scratch. For those of you that are looking for him on 7 and 8. So you can watch any of the players, any of the pairs available to you on the PBA YouTube channel for free. There's links in the description below the video you're watching. If you're watching it not full screen, you can find it. If you're watching full screen right now, get your video back to normal size. Open up the description below the video, and you'll see the 4 links to the pair feeds. Lanes 1 to 4, 5 to 8, 9 to 12, and 13 to 16. Right-click on those, though. You don't want to just go right to that tab because you're going to lose us here in the main feed because we follow hot hands. We give you scoring updates. We even showed you some cold watering on occasion when it happens. And we'll let you know the player movement between games from pair to pair. For your first game, it's really easy. They're going to move a pair to the right, but the players you see here in 15 and 16, they'll end up moving down to 1 and 2. And if you want to catch up on any of the live scoring, whether it's checking out all the scores from A squad and B squad, or when C squad gets their first scores recorded, checking out how they're doing, there is the live scoring link in your chat. You'll be able to check out what's going on. Hey, Tricia, thanks for tuning in from Maryland. Nick, no re-entries in PBA events, the standard PBA events like this. We'll talk about the Lucky Larson Storm Lucky Larson Masters next game. Apologies, entering the 17th game of chatting about bowling today. The entry fee for this regional event was $300 for members. Non-members pay an additional $65 per PBA event. And non-members can only get in if the members haven't filled the tournament prior to 7 days before the tournament date. So there's quite a few non-members in the field, which is a little unusual for here in Coldwater, but a lot of PBA players down at the nuptials for Kyle Troop and Brianna Stewart that's going on right now. Well, the reception's going on now. I'm sure the wedding was earlier today. EJ Tackett is in Australia at a special event there. Anthony Simonson in South Korea at a special event there. So, Wesley, I don't know how much you have to hold your breath. I mean, you'll pretty much be able to tell after about 2 games where your minus 34 is sitting. And there's a lot of room behind you for C-Squad players to get in. I mean, 23 pins in a tough scoring tournament like this, there's a lot of players that can wedge their way in with 23 pins. I'd say you've got about a 90% chance of being here tomorrow after what happened on B-Squad. If B-Squad didn't train wreck, I would have said, yeah, you're done for the weekend. Have a nice day. I was expecting the cut to be around even or a couple pins under. So, Wesley, keep watching. And best of luck to you. So your players after game 1, as we said, simply moving a pair to the right. So your players here in 15 and 16 to go down to 1 and 2. 13 and 14 move over to 15 and 16. And we'll talk a little bit more about the Storm Lucky Larson Masters. That's going on currently in Sweden. They have the early bird squads for those living in Sweden going on this weekend, and there's a bunch of players that are bowling here in Coldwater, such as Ethan Fiore and AJ Johnson, that are going to be hopping on international flights to get over to the Lucky Larson Masters for their chance at that PBA title. EJ won a couple years back, looking to get his 2nd overall Storm Lucky Larson Masters. And we'll talk a little bit more about that in game 2 here from Playmore Lanes in Coldwater, Ohio. Who's going to get cold watered? We'll find out as the squad rolls on. All right, let's start here on 13 through 14, 13 through 16. We'll work our way around. Then we'll talk a little bit about the Storm Lucky Larson Masters coming up. So that's another event, PBA event, streamed by another entity. be streamed by the Storm Lucky Larson tournament. You can look for Storm Lucky Larson on YouTube, and you'll be able to find their channel. They've already started streaming as early bird events, and entries have started already for players that live in Sweden. And squads will start opening up for all players starting tomorrow on Sunday. Qualifying squads run every day, at least 2 squads a day, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. And then 4 squads a day, Thursday, Friday, and Saturday. Now, bowlers in that tournament can re-enter. It's 6-game qualifying blocks. They can pay, it's an entry fee of about $185. When you convert it over to Swedish krona. And you'll use your best 6-game total. You're going to try to make the top 55. As bowlers will be seated in the finals. The top 40 bowlers in the general qualification, along with some bowlers from the early bird competitions. 3 players that won PBA Sweden regionals this year. The 2 highest seniors that try qualifying, some under 21 players as well. Top 2 women. And they'll run all the way through the stepladder on Sunday, August 31st. And once again, you'll be able to watch that event for free on the Lucky Larson YouTube channel. And if a PBA player wins that event, whether they're a PBA member or a PBA Sweden member, they will receive credit for a PBA Tour title. It's the last full PBA Tour title available to players in the 2025 season, and we can't wait, and I know you can't wait, for the 2026 PBA Tour schedule to be announced. And yikes. Few scores on this squad early. We'll see how long it holds out. Seven players, 200 or better in game 1. Chris Coella leads it off with 234. Luke Switalski bowling as a guest, 233. Darren Bloomquist, 222. Hayden Hale, boy, front 5, he ended up with 210. That's a little painful for Hale. Zach Newman, 206. Kyle Cook, that same number. Sam DeWitt, 203. That's your 7 players at 200 or better in game 1. Will Vadulich, 197. Roy Wisdom, 196. Christopher Colquitt, 190. Round out your top 10. Still a bunch of players that shot at least 180 or better, including our champion from the Dave and Diane Kill Open on Thursday, Aiden Furukawa with a 181 opening game. Let's get you over to a couple of players that are near the top of the C squad after game one. Over on 9 and 10. Pardon me, 11 and 12. There you see Chris Koala. Koala with the 234. Switalski with the 233. And now that they've moved pairs, let the fun commence. And wow, Koala with the air ball and the spare. Switalski looking for his first strike here. In game two, which he gets. Also on the pair with Koala and Switalski is Kyle Cook. We mentioned Kyle Cook, 206. Christopher Colquitt, 190. So that pair, not too shabby of a start. Schleba, your bowler A, running into the problems. Schleba started with 182. He's looking at his second open in 5 frames with no doubles to offset. Sam DeWitt, 203 for DeWitt's opening game, clean through 4. And Jacob Balzer. Balzer 175 the opening game. And Schleba gave it a run. Leaves the 4-pin. Balzer spare front 4. So a little progress up the scoreboard, hopefully, for Jacob Balzer. Cook looking to push that double into a turkey. Nope. He knew that one as soon as it hit the floor. Hey, but double spare, double spare, double spare. And a punch in the 10th. It's 230. Switalski. Boy, if he can get past this, that's unusual for Luke. I've seen this young man bowl some PBA junior events, some PBA regional events over the last 3 or 4 years, and like 2 single pin misses in a game. That was one I really don't remember seeing before. Switalski. So if you want to get all your information on the Storm Lucky Larson Masters, best way to get there, luckylarson.se for your Swedish internet address. There you see the website. As Olympia Bowling in Helsingborg, Sweden, the host once again. And you can see there's a live stream link they have there. If you click on that link, it'll take you right to the Storm Lucky Larson Masters YouTube page, and you're going to be able to watch all the action for free there. Already had, as we said, some squads for local players in Sweden that rolled over the last couple of days, and entries open to all players starting tomorrow. And you'll see some PBA Tour stars from there as well. You don't have they don't have a separate list. I know PBA Facebook had a partial list of players that were going to be at the Lucky Larson. If they published within the last couple of days. Let me see if I can take a moment and find that list. So obviously, Jesper Svensson, he's your defending champion. He'll be there after he gets done with the festivities at the Kyle Trooper Anna Stewart wedding and reception that's happening today. Quite a few other players already over there, including Ryan Barnes. I saw a bowl tournament in Denmark. Don Barrett, Cam Crow, Gary Haynes, Eric Jones, Thomas Larson, Frankie Lavoie, Sean Rash, Kyle Sherman already on his way over, Santu Tahavanainen, Richie Teese. We already mentioned Kyle Troop would be flying with Jesper. I'm sure they're flying first class. I'm sure Brianna will be with Kyle, as they'll probably enjoy part of their honeymoon over in Sweden. Good place to have it. Well, Balzer can't get the 10 to go, but he's got a nice streak going here this game. Another player with a nice streak. Strikes, just broke it up, was Blake Walsh. Ethan Fiore, AJ Johnson, I know, are leaving from here. Justin Knowles was scheduled to bowl, but Knowles withdrew from this event. Broken toe is what I've heard. So who knows if Knowles is going to make the trip overseas. Walsh, 173 for the opening game, so working towards getting back to the positive here. Yeah, with shots like that, he'll find his way to the positive. Really taking a good part of the mid lane out of play right now, just throwing darts. Darren Bloomquist started with 222. Bloomquist clean, no doubles entering the 7th frame. And I'll tell you what, getting off a 1 and 2 with a 190 or 200, if he can stay clean, it's not a bad thing to have happen. What is a bad thing to have happen? is what we see there from Mikey Schleybaugh. The Ripper 710. Schleybaugh started with 182. He's going to be given a few pins into the minus with this game. Great cover by DeWitt. DeWitt started with 203. And Jake Balzer was 175, but Balzer's going to be in the positive. If he can just throw a couple of marks on the board to finish off game 2. Your player movement from game 2 to game 3. It's going to be skip a pair, land on the second. So the players you see here on 9 and 10, they're going to move to 13 and 14. 11 and 12 will move to 15 and 16. Switalski trying to get back to even on the game. Not going to happen with as much as he gave that one. My goodness, up on his toes on the follow through. Still get to an even 200 score. Spare here. 4 in a row to finish. Wow, you saw that ball hang for DeWitt. The lanes, they are a-changin', and probably not for the better. I know it's not a Bob Dylan track. The lanes are changing. All right, enough of the Dylan jokes. I don't know. At the rate Schleybaug's going right now, we might see two-handed in game 3 as he's rapidly going backwards on the scoreboard. I understand he was battling injuries and such and would prefer to be in the one-handed variety, but wow, it is not a good start for Schleybaugh here this evening. Let's see, if it's not a 78U out here, it's a black hammer. With the 78 hardness rule also in effect at the regional level. Those would be the only 2 urethane balls I know of that are full urethane for the brands of Brunswick and Storm respectively, with the black hammer and the IQ Tour 78. Motive has their own microcell polymer and a couple of urethane balls. But I don't believe that Switalski and company, anybody with that big M on their jersey, are throwing any of those. All urethanes. Looks like Switalski's got one of the tanks. I'm not sure if that's the 100% urethane one or not. I don't follow balls that closely. That's what I have color commentators for in a lot of cases. Yeah, it could be a level 2 Ghost. You're right. It's a independent or a SBI branded player. As a fast 8 for Switalski. Takes this chance of getting the 200 this game away. But you got to be patient here in Coldwater. You're going to have your pairs that are going to give you your downs. You got to take advantage of the pairs. They'll give you your ups. We'll see if after player movement, these players skipping a pair, landing on the second. We'll see if Schleybaugh, Switalski, Cook, and others can find their ups here at the PBA BowlerStore.com Classic. And we want to thank our season-long sponsor for 10 on the Deck Productions live streaming of PBA regional events on the PBA YouTube channel, and that is h5gbrands.com. Get those fall league jerseys. Doesn't matter if it's bowling league, darts league, golf league, bags league, tiddlywinks league. They're great designers there, can work with you on something that makes you bold, makes you creative, and makes you original. And with all new lower pricing at h5gbrands.com, order sooner than later and beat that fall league rush. Once again, thanks to our friends at H5G for their season-long sponsorship. And we wouldn't be here in Coldwater without the help of Rick and Elias Hardings and Playmore Lanes, along with all of our great local sponsors. 73 total sponsors. And you'll see our diamond, platinum, and gold sponsors scrolling across your screen. Let's give you some of our silver sponsors that also help make this great event happen for the BowlerStore.com Classic presented by Moxy's Xtra Pair, including Healthy Lawns, Jerry Happy and Family, Mercer County Elks, Community Lanes in Minster, Cisco Foods, Imperial Tent Company, Varsity Lanes of St. Mary's, American Rheinmetall, Speedway Lanes in New Bremen, Stroh Johnson and Company CPA, Wabash Communications, Preferred Insurance, Delphos Bowling Center and Recreation Center, Rockford Eagles, Bruce Rickard, Edward Jones, Westtown Party Mart, Plaza Lanes in Salina, Enyart Flooring, the St. Henry Bank, Western Bowling Proprietors Insurance, Trueland Equipment, Westgate Entertainment Center in Lima, Kelson Dayton, Astra Lanes in Wapakoneta, Randall Bearings and Coldwater Eagles, your silver sponsors here in Coldwater. Once again, your player movement, skip a pair, land on the second. 9 and 10 is going to go to 13 and 14. 11 and 12 is going to go to 15 and 16. Game 3 coming up next. We'll recap some scores. And we'll fill everybody in on some of the happenings here at Playmore Lanes earlier this week. All right, waiting on that scoring update for 2 games here on C Squad as we enter game 3. Balzer, he had the hot hand last game. No heat this game out of the hand as he's got open to get things started. I can't believe he's already in front of the ball return. This is just a recipe for disaster. Too many guys moving too far left too quick. Yep. Bo Burton's buzzard going to be making an appearance here for Balzer. 3 opens in a row, definitely on the board. Without a miracle conversion of the 4-6. Here's a 2-game scoring update for C Squad. Will Vidulich, your leader with plus 34. 197, 237 for Vidulich. Vidulich down at 5 and 6. Let's pop in as he's going to be your bowler A. He started with a spare. Darren Bloomquist on the same pair. Your bowler B, Bloomquist at plus 32. Bloomquist a little more consistent in his games, 222, 210. Jacob Balzer third. 175, 248 for Balzer, but he's given a bunch of that back already, as you saw. Starting this game with 3 opens. Hayden Hale, 210, 205 for consistency. Hale still with the outside chance at the Omelet Award. Yeah, plus 15. Same for Kyle Cook. Yeah, it's Cook 206, 209 for that same plus 15 number. Blake Walsh, yeah, plus 10, 173, 237. Switalski goes in the opposite direction. 233, 177 for Switalski. Both those bowlers at plus 10. And your last bowler in the plus here on C Squad, Aiden Furukawa, 181, 220. So it's looking like the Omelet Award is going to go without a winner this year. Once again, no winners last year in 2024. And only 2 players currently after 2 games have the chance here on C Squad with Bloomquist. Pardon me, 3 players. Balzer and Hale. Actually, make it 4. I apologize. Nope, 3 players. Bloomquist, Hale, and Cook. Your 3 players with the outside chance of the Omelet Award. And for those of you curious why I'm talking about omelets, at 9 o'clock at night Eastern time. Well, a few years back, the former marketing manager for Playmore Lanes, Lee Kaiser, and I were talking about how tough it is to score in this house. And I joked about how much I enjoyed the omelet that morning here at the restaurant at Playmore Lanes and how much meat and potatoes there was that came with the omelet. Some great toast as well. And we kind of came up with a joke. Let's reward somebody who actually could get a 200 game for every game of qualifying because it's so tough moving pairs here at Playmore Lanes. Let's buy him breakfast. So the Omelet Award was born in 2018. Devin Bidwell actually won it that year. And there was a plaque design. I got to ask Rick Hardings if that plaque is still around anywhere. A couple more players won it in 2019. And I don't think there's more than 5 names on that plaque if it is. No winners last year in 2024, and it's looking like there's going to be no winners here in 2025. Hartmore, it could take up to 2 weeks for the PBA application to be approved. So if it's already been 2 weeks, there's a contact on the PBA webpage under the Player Resources tab. Just click on that. And then on the membership tab, should be a contact email on that page. And there isn't. That's surprising. Mike Sleds is the director of PBA membership. I don't know if his email address is on the website. But if you don't hear back in 2 weeks, I'd say get a hold of the regional manager near you. You can find regional manager information on the PBA regional page at pba.com. And they should be able to get that handled for you if you don't hear back within 2 weeks. Liz Johnson would kill this shot. Yeah, it's Coldwater. I don't know if Liz's rev rate will get her a quality entry angle to carry a lot of corners. This is a tough house to carry in. Would she be competitive? Absolutely. Would she kill it? Yeah. I mean, don't forget, you're dealing with an entirely different set of ball speeds and rev rates with these two-handed players than Liz sees even on the PBA 50 tour, where she's had some quality showings. Check back in on 13 through 16. Mikey Schleybaugh finally turning things around. I want to give a shout out to his parents who are watching at home. Thanks for watching, Mr. and Mrs. Schleybaugh. Maybe that shout out, maybe that's giving Mikey a little extra encouragement. As Schleybaugh right now at minus 66 after his opening 2 games. So let's start running down C-Squad again. Vidilich plus 34, Bloomquist plus 32, Balzer third plus 23, Hale fourth plus 15, Kyle Cook at that same number. Blake Walsh in 6th, tied with Sotwalski for 7th, and Aiden Furukawa 8th at plus 1. Sam DeWitt 9th on the squad, minus 2, Colquitt and Dashner tied for 10-11 at minus 8. So if you take that out to minus 32, that would leave a couple of players like Ella Keplinger, Zach Newman, Roy Wisdom on the outside looking in. But we all know after about game 4, it happened on A squad, happened on B squad. The scoring pace slows down, and that cut number really starts going backwards. DeWitt at minus 2 looking to get in the positive. If he can throw another strike on here, he technically would be. Nope. Trying to help it down lane and just death grip. Watch Switalski toss here as he's at plus 10, and he's making a bit of a charge here this game. Balzer can't stop the bleeding. Yikes. Vidulich. Good start for the port sider. High lefty I've seen so far today is Graham Fobb, minus 25, and Vidulich will take that one and run after catching the crossover strike. Steve Tobolt well back after 2. See what Blake Walsh can do here. He's stepping up on lane 8. Walsh at plus 10 for his first 2 games. Walsh 237 last game. And no trip on the 4. See if Bloomquist can match Vidulich's 3-bagger, stay just 1 pin behind in the standings. And that one, boy, I'll tell you what, you get your ball speed a little fast, a little slow, or you get that axis rotation changed just a hair, come around it a little too quick or come out of it a little too flat. This Viper pattern on this lane surface here in Coldwater just seems to accentuate and accelerate any mistakes that are made. And you know what? The Hardings and the fans here would have it no other way. See, here's the problem, Robert. You're watching everything now. You're watching all the urethane push that these bowlers have created. Nothing's snapping. And the stuff, the players that have been using, that have been snapping, those are the players you're seeing go 210, big 4. Don't get me wrong. She could find a way to get it done. I just don't see her throwing an Ethan Fiore score of plus 140 when Fiore had to get way left and slow wheel to score. Rip Van Revs, minus 40? Yeah. I think it could even be closer to minus 50. I think C-Squad, some of these players are just, I mean, now that's back-to-back crossovers for Vidulich. What's he going to do? He can't. He could sit there all night if he wanted to. I mean, if you're getting lucky enough at leaving 5 pins and catching strikes on the crossover side, why change a darn thing? Make your spares. You're probably shooting 220. You know, I joke about it, but getting out of pairs you're having problems with them with 190 isn't a bad thing here. Thanks, Strike More. Yeah, I thought that was great. I mean, feel free to use that with your friends in league or during tournaments. Yeah. Wow. Your game's a disaster today. Why don't you apply to FEMA, see if you can get your entry fee back? I'm glad I knew the bowler I said that to, because about a half dozen other guys on B Squad probably would have punched me in the face at that point in time. One of my favorite quotes ever. I wasn't there in person, but I heard about it. Guy ordered his dinner at a restaurant. I think he ordered like steak and potatoes or something, and it got out to his table. And it wasn't to his liking. And he asked the waitress to come back. The waitress asked him, what was wrong? And he goes, well, I know the menu didn't specify that the steak would be served hot, but I kind of assumed it was going to be that way. Could you have him run it under the sun lamp again? Warm it up? I mean, it's not the waitress's fault, obviously. She didn't cook the steak, but yeah. I know on the menu it didn't say it would be served hot, but I assumed so. So let's see what Vidulich can do here after going crossover, crossover. And the problem for Vidulich is, and the problem the other lefties ran into a little earlier today is, since the outsides don't play here in Coldwater very well, the righties start migrating deep early, which may not be the greatest success for them. A couple players obviously pulled it off. Ethan Fiore, Ethan McDonald, Zach Tackett, Brett Lloyd, Brandon Flora, Patrick Dombrowski all come to mind. Bailey Maverick had a real up and down day. He started with 280 and ended up at plus 54 after almost going negative in the middle of the block. So, but those righties got so deep so quick, ends up getting in the lefties landing area, and all of a sudden the lefties have a ball hit the lane and spark. They try moving back out. That was a quality shot there by Vidulich, so maybe he trusted the ball a little bit more. Chandler Stevens, one of our players in the running for the Brunswick Cup. But with the game, it's happening here. And already at minus 37. Stevens' chance at part of that $10,000 in the Brunswick Cup presented by WCSM Radio rapidly disappearing. Fiore, Dombrowski, Keplinger, Kuba, maybe even Fa. Good chance for Prather. Decent chance for A.J. Johnson. 7 of our players in the top 10 currently have a solid chance of getting into that prize list. Michael Davidson, terrible day for Davidson. He's going to fall out of the top 10. But how about that sponsorship put together by Brunswick, by WCSM Radio, Buzzard Media. Kremer Roofing, BowlerStore.com, and our 3 host centers, Community Lanes in Minster, Delphos Recreation Center in Delphos, and Playmore Lanes here in Coldwater. What an extra bonus to the players that have been down here since last week Friday, if you count the practice session. We were in Minster Friday, Saturday, Sunday. Monday was the Linus Open, a great fundraiser at nearby Mercer County Elks Golf Course that I was finally able to take part in. Glad to do that. Raised a lot of money for high school bowlers graduating in the upcoming year for scholarships. Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, the players are in Delphos, but once we were wrapped up in Delphos Thursday afternoon, it was time for one of the great traditions of this weekend. That's right, it was time for the putt-putt competition at Adventure Golf here at Playmore Lanes. There you see the gorgeous 18 holes of miniature golf available for all. Just $6 a round to come in and play. There you see Chris Prather trying to get that hole-in-one, just having that one slide by. Bowlers competed in teams, and some bowlers were teamed up with fans as well as part of the competition. Got a lot of close shots here. There you see Flash, Jason Sterner, trying to get it close to the hole, but that one had a little too much surface on that ball. Hooked away from the hole. A.J. Johnson skimming it by less than an inch. And ends up a little bit short on the way back. So bowlers can win skins. Ethan Fiore is going to stick with bowling. And there's our host, Rick Hardings, trying to get that ace. Big winners on the night. Ronnie Russell and Tom Smallwood, as B-Rob, Brian Robinson, he's going to stick with bowling. Linus had the right idea, bounced it off that last brick. And there you see half the winning team with Tom Smallwood with all the skins that were won. It was a great time for all involved. And a little camaraderie outside the bowling center for players, fans, and their families on a fun Thursday evening. Thanks again to Rick Hardings, Linus Hardings, for putting that putt-putt outing together. And a fun fact, in the years of the putt-putt competition that's been tied into this BowlerStory.com Classic, no player that's been part of a winning team in the putt-putt competition has won the BowlerStore.com Classic in the same year. So it's kind of like the Masters 9-hole par 3 contest and the regular Masters. You don't want to win the par 3 contest at the Masters because the thing was, it was bad luck. You couldn't win the Masters if you won the par 3. You were just going to have some bad luck, bad juju, because nobody ever won it. So we got some players trying to turn their fates around on the scoreboards. We got some players hanging tough right now on the top of our C squad with Vidulich, and Bloomquist. A couple other players like Kyle Cook, Blake Walsh, Luke Sutalski hanging close as well. So your player movement between Game 3 and Game 4. Skip 2 pairs, land on the 3rd. Biggest move of the night. So the players you see here in 5 and 6, they're going to make their way over to 11 and 12. 7 and 8 are going to go to 13 and 14. And once again, that putt-putt competition was fun on Thursday night. I got to do one celebrity putt, almost got the hole-in-one on number 1. Failed to put in the hole, but I did put it in for my par. So C squad coming up next. Once again, players moving 2 pairs, skipping 2 pairs, landing on the 3rd. And more C squad action for the BowlerStore.com Classic coming your way from Playmore Lanes in Coldwater, Ohio. And once again, this is a 10 on the Decks production in conjunction with the PBA and the PBA YouTube channel. I want to thank Tom Clark, Carissa Del Bene, and Jeff Goodger from the PBA for all their assistance on having 10 on the Deck Productions live stream regional action on the PBA YouTube channel. Also want to thank Chase Kaufman and Bowl TV for letting 10 on the Deck Productions have the rights to this event for live streaming. And a lot of these players you see here all weekend long, a lot of them are eligible for the Regional Players Invitational, whether they win their spot to Reno in December on the season-long points list, or if they qualify through one of the regional qualifiers. They'll have their chance to get to Reno, Nevada, National Bowling Stadium in December, and $15,000 the top prize in the standard division, $10,000 top prize in the PBA 50 division, and all RPI qualifiers and the RPI proper will be streamed on Bowl TV. Get all your information about Bowl TV at bowltv.com. I guarantee you what, if you ask Rick and Linus Hardings and their family about what it takes to run a successful regional like the BowlerStore.com Classic presented by Moxy's Xtra Frame, they will definitely tell you one of the keys, great volunteers. Phenomenal volunteers. And I'll tell you what, they are getting the scores in to Bobby Jekyll in the tournament office in a rapid fashion. We already got your update for you. Let me dump that live scoring link once again into the chat. There you go if you want to follow your favorite player game by game and live scoring as well. Let's see here. Looking at the chat real quick before we give you the scores. There is no tour trials this year. Last year the tour trials were actually held in August. I actually had to come right from Coldwater and go right to the tour trials in the greater Chicagoland area. That was 4 different centers, 12 games a day for 4 straight days. And there are no tour trials this year. They're going to have some different ways that bowlers will be automatically qualified and not have to bowl PTQs prior to events. Of course, title holders, points holders from this year as well. So, yeah, no tour trials this year in 2025 for the 2026 season, but it will be limited fields once again, and players that don't have a successful 2025 or aren't title holders in recent years, they're going to have to work their way through only a few spots in each one of the PTQs once again. So here is your scoring update for C Squad after 3 games. Darren Bloomquist plugging along quite nicely at plus 99. Switalski in second, plus 80. Vidulich third, plus 60. And it starts to drop back quickly. Koala in fourth, plus 34. Hale in fifth, plus 18. Cook in sixth at plus 4. And Andre Blaney in seventh at plus 3. Schleybaugh back up to eighth. Big game for Schleybaugh. I guess the shout out helped, Mikey, as he's at -1, and then Blake Walsh -6 on the squad to round things out. 265 for Schleybaugh in game 3. So Bloomquist still eligible after a 260 game for the Omelette Award if he keeps all his games over 200 all the way through the 8 games of the block. And he may be the only player left with eligibility for the Omelette Award. Nope, Hayden Hale is at plus 18 on games of 210, 205, 203. So Hale is the only player remaining, along with Bloomquist. As Bloomquist is at plus 99. Games at 222, 210, and 267. Checking on Vidulich and Bloomquist on 11 and 12. Vidulich your bowler A, Bloomquist your bowler B. So Bloomquist looking at a possible open frame, shooting at a 210. Switalski this game down at 5 and 6. We're peeking on Switalski momentarily. Yeah, Switalski with an open in the first, but a double to follow. He'll be stepping up in the 4th frame momentarily. Vidulich a little not right out of the hand. In more ways than one. That ball needed to be a little farther right. Also, either maybe needed some revs. Maybe needed to be a little slower. Combination of the 3. So right now, bowlers in the minus here on C Squad. We mentioned Slayball at -1, Blake Walsh -6, Sam DeWitt -19, Aiden Furukawa -21, Christopher Colquitt -25, Jeremy Hunt -39, Eric Dashner -45, Chandler Stevens -52, Jacob Balzer. Wow, Balzer had a great start. .175, 248, so a great game 2, and then half that for Balzer in game 3. 123, less than half by a pin. So Balzer falls way back. Simon Moat -54, Roy Wisdom -55, so we know the scoring pace. Once we get past game 4 here, it's gone backwards on the other first 2 squads. Nothing here tells me C Squad's going to be anything different. I mean, right now I know there's some players off of A and B like Lakota, Font, Keplinger. They're sweating it out right now. All in the -20 range. Same for Sterner and Boyd. At -33, -34. They got a chance here. They really have a chance here. And if C is really having problems keeping the scoring going in games 6, 7, and 8, maybe those guys in the -50 range might have a shot. See a peeking on Switalski as he leaves 7-pin on that double. He had a couple open frames on single pins earlier this evening. Back in game 2, we only finished at 177, but 233 and 270 for the other 2 games for Switalski. He said he's done a lot of damage in youth events and singles events in the Chicagoland area. He's had some great records in some PBA junior events as well. No surprise seeing his father, Phil, made the trip down here after entries were opened to non-members. Like I said, that's a rarity here in Coldwater that a non-member, and a bunch of non-members actually get to sneak in. But Kyle Troop nuptials, lots of players there. Some players like EJ Tack and Anthony Simonson on overseas trips. And some players overseas in Sweden as well. Andrew Anderson. Ryan Barnes was originally on the roster here, but made the choice to bowl the Odense Open in Denmark prior to the Lucky Larson. So plenty of opportunities for the players to bowl, even when the full PBA Tour is in its, quote, off-season, unquote, as there is no off-season on the PBA Regional Tour. And Kyle Cook trying to overcome the lane pattern with brute strength and speed. Cook currently at +4. 206, 209, 189 for Cook, so keeping the ball in play quite well. And Switalski definitely not happy with that one. Once again, all pairs in play available to you on the PBA YouTube channel. If you're watching us full screen right now, get us back to normal size on your laptop or desktop. And you can choose any of the pairs in play here on the PBA YouTube channel. 1 through 4, 5 through 8, 9 through 12, and 13 through 16, your pairs available to you, not just tonight, but all through our advancers round tomorrow. That begins at 11 a.m. for our top 31 players from today. And 11 a.m., of course, is Eastern time here in Ohio. Those 31 players will have their 8-game pinfalls from today's competition carried over. They'll bowl 4 more games tomorrow. Wow, there's a cold watering for Rayborn. As the 2-pin goes right around the 4 on the light hit. Quella gets from the carry of Vidulich. Can he get the 6 from behind? Yes, he can. And look at that. Another Bo Burton buzzard hits a player's scoreboard here in Coldwater. As you see, Vidulich with back-to-back-to-back opens frames 3, 4, and 5. After our cashers round is complete, there'll be a short break. Top 16 players will advance to bowl 3 additional games with their 12-game pinfalls carrying over. And after we get our 15-game totals in the books, we'll cut to our top 8 players. And those 8 players will add 2 more games to their 15-game totals. And after 17 games are in the books, our top 4 players will be seeded by their pinfall into the stepladder final. Stepladder is scheduled to be on at about 5 p.m. Eastern time tomorrow, give or take a few minutes. Oh, Linda, not a problem. Understand. Everything's tough. It's tough to get near my booth here in Coldwater. Let's be honest. It is a nice sized crowd for 9:36 on a Saturday night. As the party outside. And some of those people starting to meander back in here to catch our last 4.5 games of C Squad. Now once again, you see it's pretty tight quarters inside of Playmore Lanes. There you see our fans in the bleachers right behind the velvet rope, separating them from the players area. And there you can see one of our cameras and laptops streaming on a table in the players area. And that's why sometimes you see a little bumping and bagging, players writing their scores down, slamming the bottle of water down on the table. Kenny Seymour, hope you're feeling okay, buddy. Noah's a little ways back. I don't remember how far, but saw you were back in the hospital getting some surgery done, and hopefully it was nothing major. And good to see you're watching us tonight from home. Oh, Vidulich having an all-or-nothing game here. And, well, that should be a little easier to not be nothing, as it's just the 2-pin waiting for a conversion. Give you the radio call on Vidulich as we're waiting on Cook and Switalski. Cook 2 opens this game, no doubles or triples to offset, so he's pacing in the 170s. Cook currently at +4, so he's going to most likely end up going towards the minus without a big punch out. Finishing this game, Switalski. The double in the second and third offsets. Wow. Full airmail by Cook. Wow, that could really change your night quickly if you let that shot dwell in the back of your mind. Taking a peek here, see the question high left here. Right now, technically it's Vidulic, but obviously he's just getting to the halfway point of the squad. Vidulic at +60. Let's get back to his pairing. As Bloomquist having another solid game, looking to not open. You don't want to surround your four-bagger and bookmark it with a couple of opens. So, and we've seen some fun attempts at the 3-6-10 all day and night today. Yeah, Vidulic at +60 is your high lefty. After that, yeah, it would be Graham Fa. Trying to look at some of the other lefties I know here, and there's a lot of them in triple digits to the minus today. Yeah, a lot. I mean, there weren't a ton of lefties in the field, but there's some definite triple-digit lefties to the minus. After this game, we'll start to get a better general idea of how the players here in C Squad are looking to try to advance to tomorrow's competition. Compare their halfway point to where scores are on A and B Squad and try to get a, well, let's be honest, educated guess at what that number might end up being. This would be the Viper pattern. And I don't care what pattern you put out here in Coldwater. You probably put Kegel Stone Street out there and it would have about half the hold that was intended. Topography here definitely affects lane play. You know, it seems like the outsides have hang and the middles aim for the head pin. So yeah, so Viper obviously relatively flat. in the middle of the pattern. So you're looking at about 28 mils in the pattern. And you're basically looking at everything from 8-board to 8-board, pretty flat across the lane in the center. So yeah. So outside of 5 doesn't hook back the way it should. Inside of 8, it wants to make a left turn. So that's why you can see why playing Viper here isn't exactly fun for these players this evening. I mean, honestly, you could probably put Chameleon out here that was out at the World Series of Bowling and had, you know, all players in the top 24 average at least 242. And I bet you that you wouldn't even have a cut that was more than 50 or 60 over with just the unique lane surface here. And the unique topography and everything else these players are dealing with here in Coldwater. So while we have a chance here at the end of Game 4, once again, we want to thank all of our local sponsors, whether they're diamond, platinum, gold, silver, or bronze. We talked about our silver sponsors a little earlier. Here you see your diamond, platinum, and gold scrolling across the screen. Your bronze sponsors here for the BowlerStore.com Classic presented by Moxy's Xtra Pair include Coldwater USB-C, Rick's Pro Shop, Creature Mark, J&S Electronics, Mail Service Center, Johnny D Images, Mr. Shop, Prudential Advisors, T-Ford's Pizza and Subs, Borger Bicycles, Coldwater Implement, Chief Supermarket, Sanning's Service Station, Lowdy Office Machines, Winners Meats, K9 Clubhouse, Mercer County Awards, Swain Awning and Patio, Visions Awards, Scott's Carryout, the People's Bank, Gels IGA, Brunette Dental, ICS Coffee, Coldwater Hardware, LaFeld Industrial and Welding Supplies, Coldwater American Legion, and Knapp's Carryout are bronze sponsors. Over 70 sponsors in total help fund that great prize fund here in Coldwater. So your player movement from Game 4 to Game 5 as we reach the halfway point here on C Squad for the BowlerStore.com Classic is simply one pair to the right. The players you see here in 11 and 12 will go to the feed over on 13 and 14. 9 and 10 stay in the feed over on 11 and 12. We'll check out some more chat questions after an audio intermission here. Thanks, everybody, for joining us. I'm $2 Phil Brylo and 10 on the Deck Productions. Thanks to the PBA for letting 10 on the Deck stream on. PBA YouTube channel this weekend for the PBA Bowler Store Classic presented by Moxy's Xtra Pair. All right, waiting on the 4-game scoring update here from the PBA BowlerStar.com Central Classic presented by Moxy's Xtra pair. I'm $2 Phil Brilo taking you through the rest of qualifying tonight and all of your advancer rounds and your step ladder tomorrow. Let's take a peek here. Excited for the show Wednesday. Thanks, Jack. For those of you that don't know, $2 Phil and what else I do when I'm not live streaming regional events on the PBA YouTube channel. 10 of that Productions, we do not just live streaming of regional events, whether it's PBA regional or other tournaments. We do local television in the Milwaukee area, southeastern Wisconsin as well. We just started a short little 3-week run of our Brew City Bowling Show. You can find those episodes on the 10 of their Productions YouTube channel, or just search Brew City Bowling Show since we're in Milwaukee, the Brew City. That was a fun way to name the show. And we had a fun mixed doubles event that aired today. We've got over under 50 mixed trios next week. And then this Wednesday night, we've been streaming a summer sweeper series from Country Lanes in Franklin, Wisconsin. Thanks to our friends at American Place Casino for helping out with the sponsorship of that stream. And also our friends at a local car dealership, Holt Chevrolet. And there was a season-long points list over the 15 weeks of Wednesdays that players had the chance to make the top 5 in overall points, and there was a separate prize fund. There were 3 different prize lists for points, one for seniors, one for scratch players, and then the overall, the sweeper series used handicap. It was handicapped 80% of 230 for the averages, and we had a variety of bowlers week in and week out making the finals. It wasn't just, hey, here's all the scratch players, or hey, here's all the players averaging 120. It was a good mix every week of the 15 weeks. We had all kinds of different lane patterns that Kevin Meyer, our host proprietor at Country Lanes, put out, and Kevin really busts his tail to make that Summer Sweeper Series something special. We gave out a couple $1,000 worth of free play from American Place. We gave out a couple $1,000 worth of car care buckets. Everything you need to clean the interior and exterior of your car, thanks to our friends at Holt Chevrolet in Hales Corners, Wisconsin. And we're taping the finals. The top 5 in points are making the stepladder finals on Wednesday night. That will end up airing on September 6th. Need some time to edit it out. And Winner of that step ladder is taking home $1,000 in cash. So second place will take home $500, third $400, second $300, or fourth $300, and fifth $200. So, yeah, looking forward to that TV taping Wednesday night. I'll get out of here after packing up everything into the Renault, the car, and the Airstream rustic trailer. Take it all back to Milwaukee. And, yeah, check it out, Brew City Bowling Show, for those of you watching PBA YouTube. Check it out sometime in the next week or two. You think you'll see it's a lot of fun, a lot of variety of players, especially in Season 1 we had 5-player teams. They were mixed teams. They had to have players with averages less than 190 and less than 160, at least one member of the team on each of those. And it was a good time. We actually had our Season 1 finale. We taped it at a Holler House in Milwaukee, historic Holler House. That episode is episode 13 of Season 1. And if you've never seen historic Holler House, you got to check it out. You'll get to see those 2 lanes in the basement. The walls are right on top of you, the overlane ball return. And it was a great time. And it's a lot of fun bringing televised bowling back to the local airwaves. We're on a local over-the-air station, My 24 Milwaukee. We're the sister affiliate of the CW station in Milwaukee, so can't wait to watch that on CW18 when the PBA Tour starts in February. Let's get you your Game 4 scoring update. Once again, we'll drop the live scoring link in the chat. And scoring going a little bit higher here on C-Squad, but this is the point, Game 5 on, where it was tough to get that cut number to advance, to move up for the players. So Darren Bloomquist, plus 109. Luke Switolski is at plus 104. Bloomquist, this game, is up on 13 and 14. Let's take a peek in. Vidulich on that same pair. He's dropped back a bit. He had some struggles in Game 4. Chris Coella on the same pair with Switolski. That's going to be 7 and 8. And we'll look in on them shortly. As Vidulich trying to avoid his first open frame of the game. Bloomquist with the front 3. Coella plus 43, Blake Walsh plus 37. Vidulich drops back to plus 15. As Vidulich just a 155 in game number 4. Mikey Schleba holding tough. Schleba at plus 12. Hayden Hale plus 12. I think that knocks Hale out of the Omelet Award possibility as this 194 in Game 4. Leaves them without a free breakfast tomorrow morning here at Playmore Lanes. Sam DeWitt plus 3. Andrew Blaney minus 21. Kyle Cook minus 37. Aiden Furukawa minus 52. Chandler Stevens at that same minus 52. And right now, if the cut would have been after the 4th game of C Squad using the PBA plus minus system, Wesley Boyd off of A Squad would have been the cut. But you know, all those players that are near that minus number with DeWitt, Balzer, Blaney, Hale, Schleba, Vidulich, they could all be heading backwards relatively quickly. So Bloomquist has his streak end. At 3 in a row as he tries to pile on to his advantage here in C Squad. He only needs like it's easy here in Coldwater. 30 pins to the plus in his last 4 games to take over the overall lead of the event. But then again, the words only and Coldwater don't play nice with each other. But I only need, yeah, but you're in Coldwater. You're in Coldwater. But you're in cold water for the last time. You're going to earn every stick you need all through the weekend. Let's take a peek in on some players. As we mentioned, Kyle Cook, he's falling back to minus 37. He's already got it open this game in the third frame. And, oof, that's not promising. Colquitt, minus 77 through 4. He's going to need a lot of strikes. This Colquitt already with an open in this game. Coella front three, and struggles now for Switalski, as 2 opens for Switalski's first 3 frames. Oh, you talk about a player that's had an up and down night. Jacob Balzer. Front 4 this game. Balzer currently at minus 7. And he's done it in a very unique fashion. Oh, welcome to Coldwater, Mr. Balzer. My goodness. That was a ice cold 8-pin. Balzer on games of 175, 248, 123, and 247 has him at minus 7, and that would have made the 8-10. Of course, if the 10 would have stood on the first ball with the solid 8, Balzer may have left the building. Let's check in on Vidulich before DeWitt goes for the front 6 on 5 and 6. Yikes. Face the 3-pin. Not good as a lefty to have that happen for you. Just goes to show you how flat and how quickly a ball missed to the inside is just going to take off to the head pin or beyond. Sorry. Buzz Lightyearing it there. And how about that for DeWitt? He gets the front six. So A squad was a big fight. Lots of players, 15 or so, or 13 or so, getting into the plus. It was tough to get there and stay there. B squad just got run over by the Viper pattern. And now C squad, some of these players in C squad looking like they really know what they're doing. I mean, Schleba. Schleba was 50 or so under after two. Then he's bounced back with 265, 213. Now he's looking to get to 279 in this game. DeWitt, he's at +3, but pretty consistent to this point. 03, 95, 83, 22. And that's, of course, a 222 as Schleba comes high. Lucky he doesn't leave that 9-pin, because that would have been a spare at about 20% for conversion rate today with a 3-9. And as we mentioned with Balzer, I mean, just up and down. Yeah, 123 in game 3. Boy, can you imagine when he made that 223? He'd be pretty close to the lead right now. Let's check in on Bloomquist as he's at +109. All right. We know that Bloomquist has probably never left the 368 in PBA competition. It's got to be pretty rare for the replays here, but let's give me a minute. I want to find out how he left that 368 in the first place. Holy cow. That's how he left it. Wow. So Bloomquist bounced back off that unusual leave with the strike. Let's take you to what happened, how he left the 368. And the ball chops the 5 straight off the 8. Where'd the ball go? even Bloomquist is asking himself that. Where did the ball go? I've seen it happen before. An occasional league bowler, maybe using a little bit of a lighter weight ball. I've seen it at the Peterson numerous times. Of course, with the racks at the Peterson Classic, it's pretty easy to get your ball between certain pins on certain racks. and the 3-4 for Schleybaugh. That's 2 pins you usually don't see alone on the pin deck. If you'd have told me earlier that anybody today would have had the front 8 in a particular game, I would have kind of chuckled. But Sam DeWitt, the third, looking to make a vault up the leaderboard here. As DeWitt on the front 8, currently sitting at 3 over for his first 4 games. Schleybaugh trying to shake off the errant spare attempt on that 3-4 in the 8th. Still get 233. 235 still possible for Balzer as he's trying to prevent the roller coaster from happening again. Save the sweep club. No sweep needed for Schleybaugh on that toss. Man, I want to thank all the diehards that have been with us here on C Squad. If you've been with us all day, all 20 games to this point, you are an Iron Man or Iron Woman when it comes to enjoying the sport of bowling. And there we go, DeWitt, front 9. I don't know if they're going to commemorate. If DeWitt does it, what he gets to commemorate his perfect game here in Coldwater. I think they should, at the minimum, award him a plaque. I think they should also have a parade down Main Street tomorrow morning before we get started. Get the Coldwater Fire Department out with the trucks and the sirens as Witalski continues to struggle. As Switolski plus 104, but he's going to give a bunch of that back this game, as his max is 177. Still in solid position, but you just can't afford to give another game or two back with those scores here in Coldwater. You see the toe tap there by Schleybaugh, and really gave that one a mid-full. I mean, right now, that's okay, Mr. Schleybaugh. Have fun making the 3-9. I mean, that's brutal here on this Viper pattern, because you got to try to get it to the outside of the 3-9, unless you're going to throw dead on the 3-pin, hard and straight. We'll see how he approaches it. Oh, and the wheels are falling off for Switolski here in Game 5. He's got to right the ship. I give this about a 20% chance of getting made here if he's hooking at it for Schleybaugh. Yep, gone. Saw that coming from a mile away. 199. Doesn't hurt his overall so far. Still keeps him inside the top 31. But, boy, you just don't want to give away 11, 12 sticks if you don't have to. And we are at the BowlerStore.com Classic presented by Moxy's Extra Pair. I'm $2 Phil Brylo with you on C-Squad, Game 5 of a tough scoring tournament. Sam DeWitt III, the first player I've seen get past the front 7 in this event to this point, let alone now he's going into the 10th frame looking for perfection. DeWitt at +3 coming into this game. It's actually inside the cut number. These lanes are playing so tough with the 38-foot Viper pattern. Let's see if he can stay perfect. Wow. That's a little bit of a cold watering there. I understand it bit a little high, but my goodness, nothing even got near the 4, 7, and 10. It's like they hit force fields. Still a great game for DeWitt. Let's see if he tries to give this 4, 7, 10 a ride. He's in the 260s. Going to vault him up about a dozen spots in the standings. And Balzer could have rolled that 123 in Game 3 and just said, you know what, that's it. He knows better. This is Coldwater. You get some good pairs you can take advantage of. You can get that score right back up in the air. How about it, shooter? No, gets none. Loses a little count there with 261, but not fully horrendous there for DeWitt. So your player movement between Game 5 and Game 6 here inside of Playmore Lanes. Skip 2 pairs, land on the 3rd. So the players you see here on 5 and 6 just wrapping up. They're moving over to 11 and 12. 7 and 8 are moving to 13 and 14. As Switolski's going to try to right the ship. DeWitt and Schleybaugh are going to keep trying to climb up the leaderboard. Same thing for Balzer. We'll get you a 5-game scoring update. And we'll talk a little more about the goings-on here in Coldwater. As we have just 3 games remaining on C-Squad to see who's going to be in our top 31 advancers that come back at 11 a.m. Eastern time tomorrow for Cash's round, and who's going to take home the $10,000 for our first place prize here for the BowlerStore.com Classic presented by Moxy's Extra Pair. You'll have to tune in the Step Ladder tomorrow at 5 p.m. Eastern to find out who takes home the big bucks. All right, let's take a peek in on Sam DeWitt. Yes, he's getting ready to fire off his first shot here in Game 6. Front 9 for DeWitt last game before 4-7-10 on a hit that honestly didn't look that atrocious. Got out of there with 261. It's going to leave it at plus 64 overall. We'll see where he's at in the standings. Yeah, as soon as we get that update, you've got the live scoring link in your chat. And while our volunteers are just absolutely spectacular all weekend long, and let's give you your scoring rundown. As Darren Bloomquist, we'll peek in on Bloomquist. Down on 3 and 4. Bloomquist will be stepping up on 4 momentarily, working on back-to-back spares to open up this game. Bloomquist leading you on C squad at plus 124. Chris Koala up into second at plus 92. Koala, his last 3 games, 247, 209, and 249 after 153. Game 2 has Koala up in the second on the squad. And Bloomquist, this is an omelet alert. As Bloomquist goes high, leaves just a 10 pin. We have an omelet alert. Bloomquist, the only player on the squad eligible for the Playmore Omelet Award. He's made it longer than anybody else has today. Into 5 games, into Game 6. So Bloomquist 1, Koala 2. Blake Walsh up to plus 65. Walsh, after a 184 Game 3, bounces back 243, 228 to get the plus 65. DeWitt, that 261 game, as we mentioned, gets him into 4th on the squad at plus 64. Luke Switalski drops to 5th, plus 44. Vidula hanging tough at plus 38. 6th on the squad. Jacob Balzer 7th on the squad at plus 28. Schleba hangs tough, plus 11. 9th on the squad. 10th on the squad, Hayden Hale. And there's a big gap back between Schleba and Hale. As Hale at minus 25. Andrew Blaney minus 26. So right now, counting A and B through their 8 games of qualifying using the PBA plus-minus scoring system, in the 5 games we're at so far to this point for C Squad, your cut number is Wesley Boyd at minus 34. It's still there. It was minus 34 after Game 4. A couple of C Squad players, one really close, Kyle Cook minus 42. Then you got to go back to Aiden Furukawa at minus 66. Roy Wisdom minus 77. Chandler Stevens minus 78. And then we're getting near the triple digits. Newman, Moat minus 88. Ashby minus 92. Not minus 95. Rayborn minus 99. Morris minus 99. Yeah, so some of those players are going to need 3 really big games. But when you're already 100 in a hole, that's a tough hole to pull yourself out of, even if you get 4 ropes thrown to you. You're in deep. So Quella on the same pair with Switalski. They're down at 13 and 14. Let's get down to them. As Switalski trying to right the ship after a game in the 140s. In Game 5, Koala looking to put his first double on the board here in Game 6. Kyle Cook your bowler A on this pair. Cook, as we said, just on the outside looking in. 8 pins outside the number currently for Cook at minus 42. Great toss by Quella. And we mentioned all the local sponsors that help bring this PBA BowlerStore.com Central Classic presented by Moxy and Xtra to you on the PBA YouTube channel. But 10 on the Deck Productions, we have our year-long sponsor for our PBA regional live streaming, and that is H5G Brands. They are the official merchandiser of the PBA. Don't forget to add a little PBA merchandise to your Christmas list, whether it's a t-shirt, sweatshirt, hat, water bottle. Check out all your official PBA merchandise at h5gbrands.com. Click on the PBA merch tab and see what you can order. If you don't want to order it now, throw it on your Christmas list when you're ready. And you can get yourself carrying your favorite PBA gear around after the holidays. So Cook trying to make the visit to The Hague as he's Dutch through 4. Checking on Blake Welch. He's your bowler B. On 5 and 6. Looks like they just corrected his score to a strike, so he's got 3 in a row after an open in the 4th. Be a moment until Walsh throws. Let's check in on Switalski. Fast 8. Wow, Schleba. Gutter spare in the second, which is better than Balzer's gutter 9 in the second. And maximum, boy, there are so many shots where the bowlers just come right flush on the face, and it's just maximum penalty. Nothing gets near the corners, the breakup splits. How Prather pulled it off today on B squad. More often than not on a high hit, Prather was leaving himself single pin conversions. And that's what honestly has Prather even at minus 20 in 24th position overall. And it's real tight. I mean, just 14 pins between 31st place and 24th place currently. You know that always happens here in Coldwater. It's always tight near the bottom of the standings in the qualifying rounds on who's going to advance to Sunday's Cashers round. And why should this year be any different than 16 years previous? And just when you thought Balzer was righting the ship, after putting together 2 big games, that 123 game in game 3, follows it up at 247, 235. And now he's looking at a maximum already at 225. As Schleybaugh can't buy the break on the 2-pin, falling over. Like we said, you got into game once you get past game 5, man. Game 6, game 7, game 8, strap in and hold on. If you can find something and put 230 even on the board during these games, you're going to make a big, big move, and almost got it when it came back up the gutter. Schleybaugh can't make it happen. Let's check in with Koala. Cook and Switalski. As Cook finally gets rid of the Dutch game with a double. Koala pacing 190. Not a bad thing right now. You get yourself 3 190 games, you're still at plus 60 or so if you're Koala, and you were honestly top 12, easily top half of the advances going in tomorrow when you have 4 games. And a field that's going to have a little more common sense on how to get lanes broken down in practice than we saw. A squad not to be named today. Simon Moat, one of those players. Needs some help to move back up the leaderboard. He's minus 88. Trevor Ashby, minus 92. And the games these players are throwing right now, not going to help them towards making the cut. Wisdom, the high player on this pair. And Wisdom at minus 77, and he's not making any room on 7 and 8. Let's see what Walsh can do here. Foundation frame on lane 6. A little light, and the railroad. Walsh at plus 65. And he's got it all in those last 2 games, 243 and 228 to get him to that plus 64. Before he shoots, let's check in on Bloomquist and Dulich. As Bloomquist still making the charge towards breakfast tomorrow morning. Compliments of Playmore Lanes and 10 on the Deck Productions. If he gets through this game with a 200 game, if he can find a 200 game his last 2, with all 8 games over 200, he'll win himself the omelet of his choice with side and toast from Playmore Lanes and 10 on the Deck Productions. And we got to find that plaque. I got to talk to Lee if you're watching. I know you had a plaque made. We got to figure out where that plaque is for the Omelet Award. I hope I'm not misremembering that, but it'd be good. Yeah, PBA 50 Sussex Bowl. Yeah, it played tough there. I mean, a relatively new lane service at Sussex Bowl, but the pattern that was out made it tough for the players, and they were also battling the Cubica AMF string pins. So as we were talking with Kayla Crawford during A squad, as she bowls out of Easy Bowl in Bluffton, Indiana. Yeah, you got to get that ball to face up properly to get that great carry on strings. Tom Hess took that regional down. Vince Biondo lapped the field from what I didn't unfortunately get a chance to follow that because I was in Minster last week. And honestly, Sussex Bowl, we covered that regional last year. Actually, the last couple of years we covered that PBA 50 regional, but it was just a date conflict with Minster and here in Coldwater. And that's always been a great regional to cover. And this would have been the first year with the string pins. So unfortunately, yeah, the date change. It was usually the last weekend in August. But this year would have hit more Labor Day weekend, so things were changed around a bit. Vince Biondo led that event with bonus pins by 252 pins and lost to Tom Hess in the stepladder championship match. And I know the only reason they had that stepladder, one of the reasons why they had stepladder, because we've streamed that event in the past. So sorry, Vince. Nicholas, yeah, it's just a matter of, it's like anything else that's happened in bowling over the last 100 years. Economics for the proprietor. Bowling centers can't stay open. We don't have the sport of bowling. It's not like baseball where you can find a giant field somewhere, lay down some bases, and have some fun. You have to have the proper equipment for the sport. Back in 1900, it was shellac on the wood lanes and hard rubber bowling balls to combat the shellac, because the shellac was so soft you could push into it with your thumbnail. And that's why hard rubber bowling balls were the thing for decades in the early 1900s into the 1950s, because with shellac, with softer lane surfaces, you needed it. You couldn't have soft on soft because the ball would just burn up instantly and use all its energy. Have nothing left at the back of the lane. So I've been retired for a while from actually rolling a ball down the lane, but I've seen enough of the certified string pin setters and enough bowling centers now that I've visited, been to, live streamed from, did television shows from, that, yeah, it's as close to free fall as you're going to get with strings, and it's so rare that, I mean, it's as rare as freak pinfalls like we saw before with Bloomquist with a 368. You know, you're going to get some freak things here and there, and it's just part of the game. Bloomquist looking for 6 in a row. Well, he only took 6 down. Lucky to have the 5-8 get knocked down from behind. But Bloomquist looking to take the overall lead in this event from Ethan Fiore. with 2 games to go. And with a game in the 240s here, he will pass Ethan McDonald and Ethan Fiore and be your overall tournament leader with 2 games to go here on C Squad. So your player movement between Game 6 and Game 7 for your favorite players that you're following if you're double tabbing us is skip a pair and land on the second. So 3 and 4. It's going to move over to 7 and 8. 15 and 16 is going to move to 3 and 4 as the PBA BowlerStore.com Classic rolls on. And once again, here's your update on the Brunswick Cup point standings. Ethan Fiore, Patrick Dombrowski, Alec Keplinger definitely still alive. Chris Prather looks like he's going to make the cut. Graham Fa might make the cut. Chandler Stevens not going to make it. A.J. Johnson in as well. Gage Blackford out. Matt Kuba not going to get there, so that top 10 is going to be jostled around. During our advancers tomorrow in Cashers round of 16, round of 8. Remember, those players get 1 point for every player they beat in the field, so 93 points available tomorrow for our players. Taking a look here for Darren Bloomquist in the point standings. And Bloomquist does not have enough bowling during these events, as you have to bowl all 3 to qualify. So there's going to be some players like Fiore, Dombrowski, Keplinger, Fa, Kuba, Prather that are going to be happy to hear that. Bloomquist not eligible for the Brunswick Cup, as this is his first event bowled of the 3-event swing. So your player movement, once again, skip a pair, land on the second. We'll be back with our 7th game of the BowlerStore.com Classic presented by Moxy's Xtra Pair here on C Squad. And it's going to be close to see who gets our 31 positions into tomorrow's Cashers round at 11 a.m. Eastern Time.
Huh? No, I don't want, no. I'm good. That's it. I just want water, that's all I want.
Just 2 games remaining here on C squad. Waiting for our 6-game scoring update. Shouldn't take too awful long. I just saw one of the volunteers running scores back to the office. Bobby Jekyll to tabulate, calculate, regulate, and post it to our live scoring link. Let's pop that in the chat once again. If you're looking for a particular player we may not have mentioned, see where they're currently at in the standings. We'll start you off here with 3 players in 15 and 16 that have been fighting with that cut number all night. Sam DeWitt got himself up above it nicely with the front 9 in game 5. Schleybaugh has been hanging tough. Balzer's been up and down and up and down and sideways and front ways and slant ways, and as he tries to make his way into the top 31 for advances round tomorrow. Next door, Schleybaugh and company. Trey Smart, Anthony Lacaze, Zach Newman, Eric Dashner. Dashner in the triple digits to the minus currently. Same for Lacaze after 5 games for those players. Newman was minus 88 for 5, so he really needs to find something in a hurry. And Trey Smart in the triple digits to the minus after 5, so most likely that entire pair won't be returning to the lanes here at Playmore Lanes tomorrow. Could be returning for the breakfast buffet. Tasty breakfast buffet. Starts right before we get underway at 11 a.m. Eastern tomorrow. I may be taking advantage of that after my arrival and setup, as DeWitt can't get that crossover to fall. Let's check in on our C squad leader with Darren Bloomquist. Already start with a strike. He's your bowler B on 7 and 8. And tell you what, make that wish. It's a magical time here in the Eastern time zone. It's 11:11. Tell you what, it's still a nice sized crowd in here. I mean, look at the bleachers. 11 o'clock on a Saturday night. And a nice chunk of people here inside of Playmore Lanes, keeping an eye on things. As Bloomquist, it's the first shot in a while where he's made the mistake and paid full penalty. So here's your 6-game scoring update. Bloomquist, your overall leader in the event. He's at plus 159. Just needs 2 more games of 200 or better to earn the Playmore Omelet Award. He'd be the only player this year to do it. Chris Coella is second on the squad, plus 91. Blake Walsh third, plus 68. Sam DeWitt gave a few back last game. DeWitt plus 33. Luke Switalski plus 26 as he tries to stay within the top 31. Will Vidulich hanging on, high lefty so far, but with 2 to go, who knows what might happen for Vidulich. As you see there, the solid head pin for Will. Will's at plus 21. Aiden Furukawa has made a nice comeback here on C Squad. 256 his last game gets him up to minus 10 and inside the cut number. And Jacob Balzer minus 34. Kyle Cook minus 36. And Mikey Schleba minus 40. Schleba with a 149 his last game. Still stays in the cut. He is the number at minus 40 with 2 to go. Balzer 138. His second game below 140 on this block, and he's still only minus 34. That's amazing for here in Coldwater. He bookended a 247 and a 235 in games 4 and 5 with a 123 game 3 and a 138 game 6. Wow, just painful. Tied with Schleba at that number is Hayden Hale at minus 40. So both those bowlers still bowling with 2 to go, so odds are they're not going to stay tied. As Bloomquist gets right back on track with a strike. And there's a little gap here. Not just with dead scores, because 17 pins back from Hale and Schleba is Benninghoff at minus 57, Snodgrass minus 58, Jeff Mann minus 62, and Matt Kuba minus 63. I just don't see those. I mean, even if Balzer, Cook, and Schleba keep falling backwards, there's still 3 dead scores ahead of Kuba. You know, it would take disaster for Furukawa or Vidulich to fall back behind that number of Kuba, but hey, it's Coldwater. Stranger things have happened. Mason Knopp here on C-Squad at minus 71, so Knopp can try to get a couple of big games going. He's got a double working now. After an opening spare, 3-bagger here will go a long way towards trying to cut into the deficit, and he ends up coming high, leaving just the 3-pin. After you get past Knopp at minus 71, Andrew Blaney, wow, Blaney's just had a rough go of it. The last 3 games, 176, 195, 142 for Blaney, and he's dropped all the way back to minus 84. Chandler Stevens minus 84. Chandler's just not been able to get anything going tonight. And then after that, yeah, we're in the minus 90s and below with 2 to go. Trying to find somebody that would get 60 or 70 over for the last 2, and they've struggled at this point. Yeah, that's a rare bird there. I just don't see that happening for players that are in the standings behind Mason Knopp, but yeah, you just never know. Well, let's check in on a couple of those players that are at or just above the number after Vidulich tosses here in the 4th frame. And Vidulich, I think he said, high lefty to this point, but he's been just constantly going backwards for the last few games. That's not going to help matters any. So Balzer misses a single pin, 77 in the 4th. Schleba trying to hold on here. Double and clean through 4. DeWitt, hey, nothing wrong with spares for DeWitt right now. Heck, a all-spare game of 189, going 9 on every first ball. And DeWitt would only lose 11, would still leave him at plus 22. But hey, no more, as he gives it the business. And DeWitt with his first strike of the game. The other player flirting with the cut number here on C-Squad, Kyle Cook. Cook down a 1 and 2. We'll check in on him after Schleba looks for his second double of the game. There you go for Schleba. Cook, your bowler A. Strike open spare through 3. Switalski trying to stop the bleeding as he's at plus 26. Switalski trying to stay clean through 3 as well. And that's not going to happen. Koala in this pair, second on the squad, plus 91. Koala is your bowler B, and strike open for Koala. Don't want that snowballing any further. I mean, he's in, let's be honest, unless he goes 120, 120. Or 120, 140, really. coil is in. You just don't want to lose the momentum and the feel for what you need to do tomorrow. And Cook with a single pin leave. Check on Vidulich. As Bloomquist, another tough conversion attempt on lane 8. Even the 3-6-7-10. Rip Van Revs, I don't know if the cut's going to stay at -40. It might actually go back a little bit more. I mean, like I said, I don't know if Benninghoff and Snodgrass are going to get in at -57 and -58 respectively from B squad, but you never know when somebody's just going to have a game blow up in their face. Whether it's a Balzer, a Cook, a Schleba, a Furukawa. I mean, Furukawa, if he comes and shoots 150, he's back behind a bunch of guys again. He just bounced up with a 256, but let's be honest, how many guys have we seen put up back-to-back great scores? Let's check in on Furukawa. There you see him stepping up, trying to convert a 10-pin. And just gets it down. So Furukawa clean through 4. Your champion from the Dave and Diane Kill Open on Thursday at Delphus Recreation Center. Once again, he's a non-member, so not eligible for Brunswick Cup points or Brunswick Cup prize money. Hayden Hale. Tied with Schleba at the number at -40. And Hale, 1 open, no doubles. Through 4, let's check in on DeWitt. Can't get the 9 to go on a double, but that's, I get it. You want to gather every pin you can, Sam, but don't lose the ones you leave after the first ball. And Schleba trying to bounce back off and open with a max of 243. And I do not envy Schleba one bit, because the lane movement from game 7 to game 8, you guessed it, 1 pair to the right. Schleba, DeWitt, Balzer get the finish on 1 and 2. Not envious of that draw. Schleba back to striking. Knop with a single pin miss. That's not going to help his cause for the big comeback. Waymeyer. Is way back. Well into the triple-digit minus for Waymeyer. Let's see if Vidulich can finally put a strike up on the board here. In the 6th frame. And can't break the 3-7 up. And Vidulich heading farther backwards. Yeah, because that's, wow, for Bloomquist. Make the move after the 3 6 7 10 and a little light in the pocket. Sure, just the old 4 5 7 like it's 1958. And the wall shot didn't agree for Dick Weber or Carmen Salvino. One of the best moments of my life. Tournament of Champions 2019. 2019. Tournament of Champions, getting to spend an 8-game block of match play early on in match play with Carmen Salvino. Tom Hess was there with me as he had missed the cut. And that was a fun 8 games. Didn't talk a lot about what was going on in the lanes, but when you hold court with a Carmen Salvino, you let Carmen talk about what he wants to talk about. I remember a time back in 2013, I was part of a radio show in Milwaukee called the Spare Time Bowling Show. On Sunday mornings, we talk about the PBA Tour. We talk about local high school bowling, college bowling, 1 hour every Sunday. And we used to get some PBA players that would call into the show. And one day, we had Bo Burton call in first, and then Carmen Salvino called in right after that. And we told Bo that Carmen was calling next, and Bo had some story, and Carmen must have been listening. And the only way Carmen could have listened would be in Chicago. Somebody hooked it up on the internet for him for the station's feed over the internet. And first thing that Carmen says when he gets on there, that line, son of a gun, Bo Burton, I handed him his butt so many times on the lanes. And Carmen went on for about 3 minutes just on Bo Burton. Then we got to ask him some questions. And we were trying to end the segment to go to commercial. And Carmen just kept talking, and our host, Steve Pfeiffer, his nickname's Sparky. Sparky goes, Carmen, we got to go. Carmen talks another 10 seconds. Carmen, we have to go. Carmen just keeps talking. Carmen, we have to go. Carmen just keeps talking. 13 times Sparky had to tell Carmen we had to go until Sparky finally said, Carmen, thanks for being with us. We got to go, and he just hung up on Carmen. That's all he could do at that point in time. You couldn't hold the commercial break off any longer. But when you get a man like Carmen Salvino holding court, he knows he can hold court. And I haven't seen Carmen in a few years. Last time I saw him was at an event in Chicago area in 2022. But, yeah, him and Jenny, his wife. His wife's a saint, first of all. That's just the beginning of things. And, yeah, I mean, married for over 70 years. Wow, it's just absolutely incredible. So Knopp running out of frames if he wants any chance to get to tomorrow. Let's check in on Balzers. He's going to be falling back. That 210 combination isn't going to help. He'll be out of the number. No. Balzer will be falling out of the number. We mentioned Knopp. See at minus 71. Knopp can get to 237. Could find himself inside the number. Then again, you got to deal with game 8. And once again, all of our players simply moving one pair to the right, and Vidulich can't wait to move that one pair to the right, as Vidulich is looking like he's going to be pacing about 160. And the Omelet Award is officially unwinnable in 2025. as Darren Bloomquist, his maximum score now 192. And the Playmore Lanes 10 on the Deck Productions Omelet Award falls to the wayside here in 2025. I really thought Bloomquist was going to get there. Zach Tackett was close earlier today. Zach Tackett only needed 5 more pins between 2 games. A 197 game in Game 5 and a 198 game in Game 8. And Zach Tackett, we would have bought breakfast for his lovely girlfriend, Kayla Crawford, as well. We weren't going to leave Kayla hanging if she was coming back. It's a little disappointing not giving away an omelet this year. Bloomquist currently 21 pins up on Fiore, but he's going to fall back behind him here without at least a 3-bagger. Whether it's 8-9 first one in the 10th or 9th in the first 2 in the 10th with a spare in the 8th. Vidulish is really going to have to figure out what he's going to need to do in Game 8, and that's not even close to the head pin. And you can just see the wheels are spinning trying to figure out what he can do to stay alive, and it might just honestly be point the ball dead at the head pin, throw it hard and straight, keep trying to get 9, spare it up, and leave yourself enough room to avoid the big minus and stay in that top 31. So once again, your player movement moving right next door. So Bloomquist, Vidulich and company moving over to 9 and 10. Everyone else moved that one pair to the right. 15 and 16 will come down to 1 and 2. Schleybaugh and company not exactly, I'm sure, thrilled with that move, as Balzer's going to fall out of the number. Schleybaugh should stay in, and DeWitt stays well in. As the PBA BowlerStore.com Classic continues to roll on here with C-Squad coming up next for our final game of qualifying competition. I want to take the moment again to thank our season-long sponsor for the 10 on Deck Productions live streams of PBA regional events to PBA YouTube, and that's H5G Brands. Get your Fall League jerseys ordered ASAP so you don't have that long of a wait time. Doesn't matter if it's for your bowling league, golf league, tiddlywinks league, putt-putt league. Get your jerseys ordered from H5G. And if you got an idea, you just can't figure out what it really needs to look like, get a hold of one of their talented designers at H5G Brands, and they can help you be bold, be creative, be original. H5GBrands.com. Player movement and your 8th and final game of C-Squad coming up next. All right, let's get you down to a couple players here that are fighting, and I mean tooth and nail, clawing, scratching. If they could kick a pin below the belt right now just to help them get to the cut, they probably would. As Jacob Balser fell back out of the cut. Schleybaugh barely going to stay in. And DeWitt's having a okay round. I don't know who's rocking on our microphone over here, but my goodness, I apologize for that. Hopefully that fixes the issue. Kyle Cook, another player, trying to fight his way back into the cut. Waiting on our 7-game scoring update. Bloomquist is going to fall behind Fiore for the overall lead. And this game here in Game 8, we're going to concentrate a little bit more on players that are near that cut number. So Bloomquist on C squad is your C squad leader. DeWitt up in the second, plus 69. Bloomquist fell back to plus 105 after a rough game. Chris Coelho, rough game, but still plus 51. Blake Walsh, plus 20. Luke Switalski, plus 17. Aiden Furukawa, minus 11. So Furukawa threw 199 that game. Will Vidulich falls back. At one point in time this evening, Vidulich was 50 over. He's lost 80 pins to the plus. He's at minus 30. He's still inside the number. Wesley Boyd, you seem pretty safe if you're still watching. As the number right now is Jacob Balser. There you see him on 1 and 2, chatting things over. And Balser already with the open frame. Balser at minus 51. Nathaniel Rayborn, minus 54. So Vidulich is 21 above the number. Schleba, 18 above the number, and he's bowling with the man on the number right now with Balzer. So Schleba hanging tough with that opening double. Rayburn's over on 5 and 6. Let's take a peek in on Rayburn's score. He's just underway. Rayburn's your bowler A. He's ready to get himself a strike. Three-bagger here for Schleba will go a long, long way. And he's got it. See what Balzer can do here, try to bounce back. Not exactly an easy spear here for Balzer. I may have to fix that. Whatever is creaking by our ambient microphone. My goodness. I have to work on getting that fixed up. So Kyle Cook at minus 45. Starts spare strike. Oh, another open frame for Balzer. So Balzer definitely running into some trouble here early in game 8. Mason Knopp still at minus 71. So he's 20 outside the number. He's on 9 and 10. Vidulich fighting to stay in as he's dropped to minus 30. Gets a break on that shot. Cannot strike, open strike, might not get him very far. Back to Schleba. As you might be running out of room over there. Good thing they have the runway built up on that side of the building, as it's a step up into the lanes. And actually, if you get on by lane 16, that step is still there. They built that platform, or not platform, but they raised up the walkway a few years ago, so there's room for the oiling machine to be stored. Let's peek in again on Rayborn, who's your 5A, just outside the number at minus 54. Strike Spear has him ahead of Balzer at the moment. In for Kawa at minus 11. Strike on the board, looking to double here in the second frame. And he gets it, our winner in Delphus earlier in the week. And Kyle Cook can't take the 4 down. Cook currently in 30th at minus 45. But the man he's ahead of on the number. Front 5 for Schleba. He's looking to stamp himself into tomorrow with authority. Boy, Schleybaugh puts up, even he puts up a 250 this game. He could find himself in the top 15. Great position to get through 4 games of Cashers Round tomorrow and stay in the top 16 for 3 additional. Balzer gets them all to go for a double, but will it be too little too late with the bowlers around them making some moves? Switalski in semi-precarious position at plus 17. Can't afford a big blow-up game. He's got an open in the second. DeWitt at plus 69, so even with 3 opens in his first 5 frames he's potentially staring at. He's 100 plus up on the numbers, so he'll be okay for tomorrow. Schleybaugh almost crosses over. But you don't want to lose momentum, especially when every pin counts. Switalski can't get to go. Let's check in on the score for Blake Walsh. Walsh currently at plus 20. He's your bowler B on lane 11, so he's clean through 4 frames. Back to Balzer. Balzer trying to save himself for tomorrow. Let's check in with Chandler Stevens. He's way down there. And yeah, he's minus 101, so Chandler Stevens out. Vidulich trying to hang on. He's at minus 30. Let's check in on 5 and 6. Hayden Hale is your double B. Ooh, 2 opens. Get the 245. Yeah, that's not going to get Hayden Hale there, so we'll slash that score. Andrew Blaney. Not going to get there. He's your double B. And last bowler with actually any chance is Ian Kane. But he'd have to be perfect. Kane can shoot 277. Well, that leaves him 45 under, so we'll keep an outside look at Kane. As he's your bowler B on 13. Let's get back down to 1 and 2. Schleybaugh back to striking. And how about that for DeWitt? So DeWitt definitely in for tomorrow. Bloomquist in. Any mark here for Schleba. He'll be in. Well, that's going to be a tough mark. Switalski gets it to go. Checking on Vidulich. Oh, Vidulich, yeah, just chucking it up the middle, trying to save it and get in. Open frame there for Schleba, but he's in pretty good shape for right now. I mean, just keeping an eye on Kane here. He doesn't strike on this ball, it's done. That cut's not going to fall that much farther back. Plus, there's a lot of dead scores in that minus 50 range and minus 60 range. Well, don't count Kane out of it yet. Don't count Knap out of it yet. Knap minus 69. Another strike here. You never know. And that one through the face. Knop's got room for a spare or two. And vicious 5-pin for Schleba. But he's got enough to keep himself in. Now it's up to Balzer. The man on the number. How about that? Working on 5 in a row after a couple of opens early on. That's going to leave Vidulich in a world of hurt. A little trouble there. Balzer can still be in the 190s. Will that be enough? Especially Knop chasing him down with Rayborn chasing him down. We'll see Schleba tomorrow. There you see Furukawa shooting at a baby split, but with Furukawa at minus 11, he keeps staying clean. He'll be fine. Rayborn, 87 in the 5th, as he's trying to chase down Balzer. And Balzer opens. So 209 maximum for Balzer. Rayborn's got some work to do. And at least the one good news for Balzer is with only 3 on this pair, he's finishing first. And they'll throw the pressure squarely on Rayborn and Knop, knowing what they'll need to shoot. Try to get past him. It's a long way up, though, to the next dead number after Balzer, after Kyle Cook. That's Wesley Boyd at minus 34. We'll check in on Vidulich and Knop here in a second. Actually, let's do that now as Knop's up. Ooh, full penalty. 4-6. Schleba struck. As we said, we already know Schleba is going to be in. Blake Walsh getting ready to step up. He's at plus 20. Pacing 190, so Walsh is okay. Well, Vidulich gets one to carry. Over the Balzer. There you go, Jacob Balzer. Nice toss at a clutch time. And 10 falls, so a little easier for Walsh. Furkawa sitting fine. DeWitt, or pardon me, that's Schleba. But he'll be in the 220s, so he'll be at. Even if he misses this, he's at 221. That moves in the minus 12. So just add some additional pin count. But how about that for Balzer? My goodness. What a clutch finish. After opening in the 9th frame, he's got an all-or-nothing game going here for 209. 3 opens and a 5-bagger. You see the fist bump with DeWitt. So, minus 11 overall for Schleba. We'll check in on Knopp. We'll give you the radio call on Balzer's fill ball. There you go. Balzer staying alive, or Knopp staying alive. As Balzer gets them all to go. How about that? Takes Balzer up to plus 42. What a finish. And now Kyle Cook at minus 45. Cook's got some work to do here. Try to keep Rayborn and Knopp in his rearview mirror. Take a look in at Rayborn, and he's not going to get a double on the board, so he's pacing less than deuce. Cook gets them all to go. Over to Vidulich, just throwing the rockets. Oh, how about that? Could have went to that in game 4, Will. Just kidding, of course. Let's see what Rayborn can do here on the spare attempt. Furukawa just needs to keep filling frames. He's fine. He's already at the minus 11 that Schleba is at. And a good cover there by Rayborn. Switalski, 3-bagger. Came in at plus 17. Let's get a bunch of marks here, Luke, and you'll find competition tomorrow. Koala, big double there. He's at plus 51. We know Koala's seeing action. Strike here for Furukawa goes a long way. Yes, that one went a long way in the air. Bloomquist. Can get back in the lead by a single pin if he strikes out, but you got plenty of time to make up for that tomorrow. Rayborn, trouble. Ooh, a lot of 9. Strike here for Switalski, and it's a lock. Oh, big time crossover. Blake Walsh plus 20. He's already at 180 would count, so that's even. That's not a problem. Vidulich trying to get loose before throwing the rocket on this next shot. But with Vidulich minus 30. Boy, if he can strike here. That might be, that fireball might be his saving grace this evening. Oh, and half. Oh, and terrible count on a double on top of it. My goodness. Let's check in on Hale. Well, we were, yeah, minus 93. He's got no chance. It's a huge spare here for Vidulich. And then we'll get down to Kyle Cook. Vidulich trying to hold on. Cook trying to hold on. Rayborn on the stepping stone. Knopp with an outside chance. Oh, and just gets him down. Cook not happy with it. Out of the hand, you see why. Crosses over for the 5-9. Yeah, Walsh, we already know he's there. Let's get back over to Cook. Oh no. My goodness. This has changed a lot of scenarios there with that open by Cook in the 8th frame. What can Rayborn do here? Well, Rayborn can get 9. So Rayburn was 9 pins behind Cook coming into this game. Cook inside the number, Rayburn outside the number. Let's get back to Switalski. Yeah, Switalski at plus 17 coming in. Great toss there. So you have Switalski goes open, he still can't be any worse than minus 20. Let's get back to Rayborn, and then let's see what we got. Any information on Knopp. So once again, Balzer, who was the cut, throws 209 to get the minus 42. Puts him ahead of Cook at the moment. Good cover by Rayborn. Cook and Max at 192. Oh my, even more trouble for Cook. Conversion here, he's maxing in the 170s. Rayborn can get to 195 and get past him. And there's nothing Cook can do about it right now. Knopp can only get to 201, so Knopp done. Back to Cook. Flash, you're good, man. You're in tomorrow. Open frame there by Cook, and now Rayborn in the driver's seat. Yeah, that's it for Knopp. Vidulich, it's interesting for Vidulich here as well. Yeah, you see Knopp knows his chances are done. So Cashers Round tomorrow starts 11 a.m. Eastern time for our top 31. They're going to bowl 4 games of pinfall carryover. Then we'll cut to our top 16, 3 additional games of pinfall carryover. As you're going to see Rayborn come in the left side of your screen. Rayborn can get to 195. If he does, he's in. Great toss by Rayburn, first shot of the 10th frame. See you in the morning. Nice finish there, Mr. Slaybaugh. Nice finish. So Cook's going to fall in the minus 70 range. Rayburn's going to bump up. With 2 more strikes, he'd be at minus 59. Shot here by Rayburn, and it's over. Then it's just a matter of, can Vidulich stay in? Oh, huge break there to take the split out. Leave just the single pin. Now let's see what Cook does here. Is Cook going to wave Rayburn through, or is he going to go? Cook's waiting on a re-rack. So he waves Rayburn up. We give the radio call on Vidulich. So 185. As Vidulich picked up the spare. It's peeking on Vidulich. Oh, pardon me. So he struck first, then went. So 189. So Vidulich stays in. He's minus 41. So Cook can't get the first one to go. And unofficially, Rayburn's not going to get in. Benninghoff Kyle Cook's going to drop 30, so yeah, he's going to fall out. So unofficially, Balzer stays in, and Rich Benninghoff at minus 57 is your number. Fully unofficial. There's no ties. There's no other dead scores around Benninghoff. And Kyle Cook can't get there. He's going to be 40 under. He's going to be minus 85. So in no particular order, your top 31 for tomorrow. Fiore, McDonald, Tackett of the Zach variety, Bloomquist, Lloyd, Flora, Dombrowski, DeWitt III, Maverick, Weedman, Hersha, Koala, McIntyre Jr., Gens, McCormick, Walsh, Switalski, Smallwood, Johnson of the AJ variety, Heinrichsmeyer, Furukawa, Prather, Lakota, Fa, Keplinger, Vidulich, Sterner, Schleba, Boyd, Balzer, and Benninghoff. Unofficially, Benninghoff, the number, at minus 57. You'll get your full updated standings at that scoring link. Thanks, Brockway, for confirming my cut with Benninghoff at minus 57. And how about that finish for Balzer to keep himself in on that clutch finish, striking out after an open. The all or nothing game gets Balzer a little something for tomorrow with cashers around 11 a.m. I'm $2 Phil Bryler. Everybody, you diehards that stayed with me past midnight tonight, appreciate you. Hopefully You get a little rest. We get you back here tomorrow morning at 11 a.m. Always remember, parents, take the kids bowling because you know they're going to have fun for life. And we will see you for Cash's Round in the morning. Good night, everybody. See you tomorrow.